And welcome back again, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander of Keeping It Honest. We don't just keep it simple, we don't just keep it real, we keep it honest. Welcome back. DNC, Democratic National Convention, day four, the last day. Kamala Harris is going to be speaking tonight. We're going to have a jam packed show today. We'll be on for a while, like we've been on. We thank you for supporting our show. Real quick, a little background on me. Been a broadcaster off and on for years. Started out in mainstream media. Took a break for a second, raised my family, and still did some things throughout the media. And not too long ago, I got into mainstream media. Or, sorry, not mainstream, but streaming. Started doing a show, Keeping It Honest, and also do a show, Midnight at the Oasis. We not doing that right now, past couple of days, because we've been on. Our average shows are about 4 hours since this convention has started. We do shorts, 5-second shorts, two long length shows, which are about 5 hours and 30 minutes. We put a lot of stuff into our programs. And if you're interested in supporting us, we have a Patreon page. What you do is you type in Keeping It Honest. Well, type in patreon.com and then Keeping It Honest, and you get on our page. And we have 3 tiers. And what you can do is kind of like PBS, you can contribute as far as which tier that you like to be involved in. It helps us out, keeps us going. We thank you for the comments. You want to leave a comment, you can do that. My voicemail, text is 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. You can email me, it's parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. We try to get the right side, try to get the left side. At the end of the day, we hope you decide. We have done so much of these shows. Let me know. And we're going to read some of the comments here too, because I check my phone, and when people get on the site, on the page, they leave a lot of comments. So I've been reading some of the comments on the air. And Democrats, Republicans, Independents, 90% of people that have responded have been Republican-based responses. So on my site, it looks like it's going to be a landslide with Donald Trump. I don't know. What have you gotten out of this convention? Has it made you turn the tide? Has it made you think, wow, we're really going to make it? They brought out big people in this convention. I mean, they had Hillary Clinton. They had Bill Clinton. They had Michelle Obama. They had Barack Obama. They had Oprah, who gave out a free, well, she didn't really give out a free car. She just told everybody to vote. So they brought out the big guns. Republicans are kind of feeling it, maybe. Don't know. This is the last day. Kamala, she's going to have to talk. Kamala, sorry, she's going to have to talk and say exactly what her plan is. Because after this, the next thing they got is a debate. And then after that, maybe another debate or election day. I don't know. So what we're going to do, we've been doing, we tell our side, but then we also go on other platforms and we interject in between some of these platforms so we can see how the other sides are thinking. So we're going to go to this one. And we're also going to talk about Project 2025. We're going to do a little fact check tonight too. So sit back, enjoy yourself, get something to drink, something to snack on. This is the last day. So hopefully by the end of this, you will have said, okay, these are the people that I want. And hit the like and hit the share and subscribe. So coming up, sometimes I'm surprised that this guy is still around. You know him, you love him. Maybe you can't get enough of him. I don't know. Reverend Al Sharpton. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I stand before you as the president of National Action Network.
And real quick, too. So he was a candidate back in 2004 for president. He's a Baptist minister, radio and television TV talk show host, and he's on MSNBC. And he's a civil rights, social justice activist. Been around for years. Very controversial in some things. Now people say he's mainstream. He came in right after Jesse Jackson. So Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton, and I don't know who's after him. But he's made a name for himself, good and bad, dealing with civil rights. So now I guess, and he's a Democrat, but a Kamala supporter.
We do not endorse candidates, but we report where candidates stand
Okay.
on criminal justice, economic empowerment, health equity, and other issues. On one side of this race is Donald Trump, a fellow New Yorker I've known for 40 years. Only once in that time, did he take a position on racial issues. He spent a small fortune on full-page ads calling for the execution of 5 innocent young teenagers.
And I want you to get on the internet and look that up because some people have said that Donald Trump's a racist, but he's had a bunch of people over the past couple of years, African Americans, saying, "We support you, Donald." But check it out for yourself.
Well, I'm going to bring them out in a minute, and you'll hear from them tonight.
Whoa, so that's some breaking news. So the 5 guys that he wrote years ago said I think should be in prison are going to be out here tonight to tell their story. That should be interesting.
Because they were not executed, they're here to continue to fight.
Told you it was going to be a great show tonight. Buckle up.
But it was there that I saw Trump love to fan racial flames. On the other side is a woman that I walked with in Selma, Alabama to commemorate the 59th anniversary of Bloody Sunday.
And Bloody Sunday, if I'm correct, took place on the St. Peter's Bridge. And John Lewis, a young John Lewis, a congressman, was beat up there, him and other people. And it was so interesting because after that event, the Civil Rights Act was passed. And as I have told people, conspiracy theories, you can believe in them, not believe in them. I can tell you there's always backdoor deals as far as politics. Not always, but a lot of times. And I always felt that the Civil Rights Act of 65 was passed because people got behind closed doors and said, you know what? Or like this, you know what? The African Americans, they're getting on our nerves. We got to do something. How do we get these African Americans off our nerves so we can try to continue to do our own things? And maybe one guy said, I have an idea. Everybody wants this act. Let's give them this act. Let's give them this act. That'll get them off our back. You think so? You think that'll get them off our back? Yeah, I think so. You give them a little bit, and that's from us, and they'll think they've done a lot. Okay, that's a good deal. So after John Lewis and all of the people on the bridge were beat, the Civil Rights Act of 65 was passed. And then they had a thing where African Americans, I cannot remember the word now, I'm sorry, it escapes me. When they were applying for jobs and everything, they were kind of looked over other races because they found African Americans should have a chance to have an equal opportunity footing. So a lot of African Americans in the 70s got a lot of good paying jobs. But I've always said that those jobs that were given to the African Americans in the 70s, after they got their jobs, they kind of forgot to, hey, how do you help the younger generation? Okay? So when you see all these older people like Al Sharpton, their age is the one where they got these jobs. They fought for it, but they got the jobs, but they didn't come back and teach our generation. That's why you don't see enough of our generation and even the ones under us really fighting. And if these are the worst times of our lives, and this Project 25 or 2025 goes as it supposedly will, if Trump gets in office, and laws that people fought for, African Americans, if it's worse now for them than it was 40, 50 years ago, then we get what we deserve. And that's why I say use your mind, use these as clip notes, read up on everything, and go out there and vote. But I thought the Civil Rights Act of 1965 was passed to pacify African Americans because they were still fighting, but they weren't fighting as much. So that's my side. You let me know what you think. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Kamala Harris spoke to me that day about unity and passing bills. All I ever heard from Donald Trump was how he could get an advantage. I see one candidate who wants to protect the right to vote, while the other has tried to cook up 11,000 votes in Georgia. I see a candidate who, with Joe Biden, brought leaders to the White House to confront violent hatred, running against a man who said neo-Nazis in Charlottesville were fine people.
Remember that.
I see a candidate who has sought to reform and uphold the law, and a man who wrongly assumes his mugshot appeals to Black Americans.
Some say it is.
I worked with Kamala Harris. In every job she's had, she has consistently committed to making government work for those of us who've been disadvantaged. All Donald Trump has been consistent about is making himself richer and sowing division to get that done. This man sat right here in Chicago a few weeks ago, refusing to apologize for claims that migrants were taking Black jobs. Well, in November, we're going to show him when Blacks do their job.
When Blacks do their job, huh? What's that? Vote Trump out?
And we are going to join with whites and browns and Asians, and we're going to do a job on those that have done a job on us. Tonight, we are going to realize Shirley Chisholm's dream. "52 years ago, I was one of the youth directors in her campaign for president. And 52 years after she was told to sit down, I know she's watching us tonight as a Black woman stands up to accept the nomination for President of the United States.
52 years ago, Shirley Chisholm was making an impact.
We have fought too hard for women to be told to get out of the kitchen. We are now on our way to the Oval Office. We won't go back.
We won't go back. Key words. Key words in this convention.
We fought hard. We fought hard for LGBTQ loved ones to get out the closet. We won't go back.
They're looking for their group, their demographic, piece by piece.
We fought hard for the right to choose, the right to education.
We won't
We
go back.
suffered and died and bled, went to jail to get the right to vote. We won't go back.
That's what I'm saying. Keep that energy. That was from 50 years ago, though. Don't sit back. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker.
So we must be committed, no matter how the Supreme Court tries to roll back on civil rights, no matter what the amount of money they have. We are here because others fought and suffered for us, and we vowed tonight we won't go back.
Keep on keeping on. Remember what people did generations before you, no matter
This
what party.
November, we will go forward to fulfill the promise of a just and fair nation. And let me say, as we transition, I'm a preacher. And in Psalms, it says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We've endured January 6th. We've endured conspiracy theories. We've endured lies and areas of darkness. But if we stay together, black, white, Latina, Asian, Indian American, if we stay together, joy, joy,
It will come in the morning.
joy coming in the morning.
The Reverend Al Sharpton. Haven't seen him preach in a while. And it's good to see he's still out there.
I want to now, since I was a teenager, I was mentored by Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yes.
And Reverend Jackson taught us to fight for what's right. And now I want to bring out some young men that I fought for. I referred to them then. They were known as the Central Park Five.
This is going to be a great story. Look that up, the Central Park Five. They're about to tell their story.
Now they are the exonerated five. Raymond Santana, Kevin Richardson, Yusef Salam, Corey Weiss, the exonerated
five. Look at them. They're happy. I would be too. Let's see if we're going to hear their story. Let's see, 4.
We won't go back.
Here we go.
Good evening, people. My name is Corey Wise. 35 years ago, my friends and I were in prison for a crime we did not commit. Our youth was stolen from us. Every day, as we walked into courtroom, people screamed at us, threatened us because of Donald Trump. He spent $85,000 on a full-page ad in the New York Times.
Heard about
calling for our execution. We were innocent kids, but we served a total of 41 years in prison. Reverend Al Sharpton stood with us. Now, I'm proud to stand with him today. Vice President Kamala Harris has also worked to make things fairer. I know she will do the same as president. Now prove that message.
All right.
I love these guys. These are my brothers. These are my brothers. Yes, indeed. America. I am Yusuf Salam. A New York City councilman representing my hometown of Harlem.
Wow, he really gave that. You're right, you got to applaud that.
Man. Representing my hometown of Harlem, USA. And listen, as my friend Corey Wise just said, 45 wanted us unalive. He wanted us dead. Today, we are exonerated because the actual perpetrator confessed and DNA proved it. That guy says he still stands by the original guilty verdict. He dismisses the scientific evidence rather than admit he was wrong. He has never changed, and he never will. That man thinks that hate is the animating force in America. It is not. We have the constitutional right to vote. In fact, it is a human right. So let us use it. I want you to walk with us. I want you to march with us. I want you to vote with us.
You might start getting the black men's vote.
And together,
there's Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson.
And let me tell you, this is going to be so beautiful. And together on November 5th, we will usher in Kamala Harris and Tim Walz into the White House. So I want to do this. When I say one day, I want you to say, see us. One day, see us. One day, see us. When they see us, America will finally say goodbye to that hateful man. We will say what I have said after 7 long years of wrongful incarceration. Free at last. Free at last. Free at last.
Thank God Almighty.
We are free at last. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Look at that.
All right.
So you're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. We're going to get back to that in a second. But you had Al Sharpton on there. And we're going to give a little information too, getting this right off my phone, about the Central Park 5. This is from the Central Park jogger case. So here it goes. The Central Park jogger case, sometimes called the Central Park 5 case, was a criminal case concerning the assault and rape of Tricia Melly, a woman in Central Park in Manhattan, New York, on April 19, 1989. On the night of the attack, dozens of teenagers had entered the park, and there were reports of muggings and physical assaults. Okay, so that took place then. 6 teenagers were indicted in relation to her assault. Charges against one Stephen Lopez, were dropped after Lopez pleaded guilty to a different assault. The remaining five, Anton McRae, Kevin Richardson, Yusuf Salam, Raymond Santana, and Corey Wise, known as the Central Park Five, later the Exonerated Five, were convicted of the charged offenses and served sentences ranging from 7 to 13 years. Wow. More than a decade after the attack, while incarcerated for attacking five other women in 1989, here's the flip of the story. Serial rapist Mateus Reyes confessed to the Melania assault and claimed he was the only actor. DNA evidence confirmed his involvement. So he had five people claim for raping this one girl when it was one person. So the convictions were vacated in 2002. Lopez's convictions were vacated in July 2022. So let me see. All five defendants sued the city of New York for malicious prostitution, racial discrimination, and emotional distress. The city settled the suit in 2014 for $41 million. Wow. So all of them got money, I guess. I'm trying to see where Trump comes in this at. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Here we go. On May 1st, 1989, Donald Trump, at the time a real estate magnate, called for the return of the death penalty for murder in full-page advertisements published in all four of the city's major newspapers. So he wanted the death penalty against these people. And he put full-page ads. So that's what they were saying there. And this is what I'm reading. So this was true. Trump said he wanted the criminals of every age to be afraid. The advertisement, which cost an estimated $85,000, if you equivalent today, it would be $209,000, said in part. So this is the ad that he said. Mayor Koch has stated that hate and rancor should be removed from our hearts. I do not think so. I want to hate these muggers and murderers. They should be forced to suffer. Yes, Mayor Koch. I want to hate these murderers, and I always will. How can our great society tolerate the continued brutalization of its citizens by crazed misfits? Criminals must be told that their civil liberties end when an attack on our society begins. Wow. So a lot of people looked at that ad and said, we condemn this. One of the attorneys defending the defendants said that the ad proved that anything is possible in America and that even a fool can become a multi-millionaire. And one of the guys that was, on trial, Yusuf Salam, you just heard him, he said that Trump was the fire starter in 1989, as common citizens were being manipulated and swayed into behaving that we were guilty. He said his family received death threats after papers ran Trump's full-page ad urging the death penalty. So you know what would be interesting? They've always asked, has Donald Trump ever apologized? Wouldn't it be interesting for Donald Trump and these Central Party Five, or what they used to be known as, to meet up and talk? And I'm saying, as I keep it honest, if Donald Trump sits down, because right now we don't know if everything's going his way or not, but somebody says to him, hey, Donald, look, you took some heat. The five guys you wanted to be murdered back then are out there supporting Kamala. Why don't you do a meetup and sit with those five guys and tell them you apologize? Yeah, it may be uncomfortable. Yeah, it may have been something that took place, what's that, 89? So that's 11, 36 years ago. But look how you might get some respect. And maybe that will be the time where they're taking this media honeymoon off of Kamala and going to you to sit down with the accusers that you were paying money to say, do whatever you got to do for these guys. And then they were found innocent. Apologize to them. And we know you hate apologizing anything, but you're wrong on this. So what would you do to try to win? And don't you think that the media will really be on you for that? Now remember, you heard it here. Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. What do you think about that? Should Trump get together with these five guys? I saw four. And have a sit down and apologize and maybe really mean it? What do you think? Politics, you'll do anything for political gain. Would Trump do that? And I'm going to keep throwing that out there too. So remember, you've heard this first on Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. We just put a Parker twist on this. Comments 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. Email address parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. And we're going to go back and see what's coming up now. But let me know what you think.
Very, very powerful moments there by now the exonerated Central Park Five, introduced by Al Sharpton. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to get into just briefly a piece of news that really corresponds to the poll question we just brought you. TMZ reporting right now. Beyonce is in Chicago and getting ready to pop out for Kamala Harris on the final night of the DNC. So TMZ breaking this right now that Beyonce reportedly is performing tonight at the DNC on the final night in Chicago as Vice President Harris will formally accept the nomination for president. So wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. We do want to get back out, though, to the stage at the United Center. More from the DNC right now.
Yeah, and I'm kind of not surprised because they're playing her one song. So we won't be able to play that because there's copyright issues. And you're going to see some websites won't be able to play it either. But that doesn't surprise me that Beyonce, the queen, will be coming to this convention to coronate Ms. Harris. Interesting, but not interesting. Let's see who we have up now. I said we're going to be looking at other media outlets to see what they're going to be doing.
Amy Resner. I was a colleague in the courtroom when my friend Kamala tried one of her first cases and made the prosecutor's promise for the people. For Kamala, practicing law was always about protecting the vulnerable and giving the victims a voice. Women who were sexually assaulted, children who were mistreated and sexually abused. She helped them navigate their nightmares and demand justice for their injuries. And she did it all with grit and grace, intelligence and heart. She was a remarkable prosecutor, and she will be a remarkable president.
Survivors of sexual assault struggle to be heard over the cacophony of voices demeaning, discrediting, and vilifying them. When powerful offenders are allowed to manipulate public opinion by attacking their victims' credibility, all victims suffer. Those words are from the 2021 amicus brief filed by RAINN, the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization, in the case of E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump. As a legislator and lifelong advocate against sexual violence, I urge all of us to stand together to support survivors, believe them, and hold perpetrators accountable.
I'm Lisa Madigan, former Attorney General of Illinois.
You must be well known.
I worked with Kamala Harris during the Great Recession to protect homeowners from foreclosure. As Attorney General of California, Kamala met thousands of people on the verge of losing their homes and their faith in the American dream. She demanded big banks provide mortgage relief to allow families to stay in their homes. She stood her ground, and together, we prevailed. For as long as I have known her, Kamala Harris has always taken principled positions and never wavered. Thanks to Kamala's determination, countless Americans have a home they can call their own.
And I'm Mark Morial, civil rights leader and former mayor of New Orleans. In the 1970s, Donald Trump was sued for refusing to rent his apartments to African Americans.
I've heard
His
that.
employees were told, put those applications in a drawer and leave them there. It was straight up housing discrimination. It was racism, and civil rights advocacy put an end to it. Kamala Harris has a plan to build more housing, keep rent prices fair, and help more people own homes. Donald Trump, you denied black people the American dream, and Kamala Harris is creating a future where every family, yes, every family has a place to call home.
Now that's an interesting big deal. Every family has a place to call home. And again, I'm not taking up for Trump, but if we knew all this about Trump and he's trying to run again for the third time, why weren't we pushing that in his first term? Why was he able to win in his first term? He barely lost in his second term. And then if he implemented some of these in his first term, why are we still struggling to get past his first term 3 years into this new term? If Trump is accountable, aren't the Democrats accountable too?
I'm Nathan Horns. In 2010, I went to college in California to pursue my dreams, but ended up with a nightmare. Corinthian Colleges was a predatory for-profit chain. They defrauded more than 500,000 students and burdened us with loans we could never repay. Then Kamala Harris stepped in. As Attorney General of California, she stuck up for students. She prosecuted Corinthian, and as vice president, she stuck with us. As we fought and we organized for debt relief, the Biden-Harris administration came in, canceled all Corinthian student debt, and gave us back our futures.
But again, okay, college debt. Wasn't there a problem in Biden's term where he also could have did a pencil thing and got rid of all the debt? But then he went another way. It didn't work. And then he went back to his original way. He had a lot of college students thinking, and not college students, but people that went to college thinking their debt was going to be removed. That would have been a sure sign for me that he would have got the votes from the people who went to college. He let a lot of people down with that. And then when they revised it and they did get rid of the debt, they didn't do it for everybody. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be for everybody, but some of the people who, they thought, hey, you know what? We don't have to pay this debt now. We're going to use it on other things. They used it on other things. And then Biden said, oh, yeah, well, we're only giving another certain amount of people debt-free college.
My name is Tristan Snell, and I prosecuted Trump University.
Wow. He's a big guy.
I interviewed over 100 victims of Trump's fraud, a retired police sergeant, an Iraq veteran with PTSD, a mother caring for her son with special needs. They trusted Trump. They believed that he would teach them his secrets and make their American dreams come true. But all they got was credit card debt and a fake diploma. Some lost their life savings, some lost their homes. Donald Trump ripped off his biggest fans and made $5 million in profit. Kamala Harris fought scammers like him, and as president, she will continue to fight for you, for us, for the people.
You're watching Keeping It Honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Wow. So you had the guy who prosecuted and went after Trump University. You know anybody who went there? And what was it for? You think maybe it was for business. I don't know. But again, where were these people and these organizations at 3.5 years ago? Where were they at 8 years ago? And with all of that was happening, how was Donald Trump able to get in office? Wow. I'm just keeping it real, keeping it honest. Let me know what you think. We are going to make sure I'm getting on the right page here. On to this one show where he's pretty much fair and balanced. And I like what he does.
To get at the fencing.
His name, make sure I got this up right. His name is Steve Lookner. I've been following him a little bit. He's the guy in the corner with the shirt and tie. Kind of look like me. We look like brothers. I'm a little bigger than him. As you can see, my square is bigger. But he's showcasing some of the protesters. So we're going to join in and see what these protesters are doing. We're just keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. So free Palestine. So while they're doing the convention of 4 nights, these people have been out there protesting. Have they acknowledged inside that the protesters are outside? I don't think so. But it's reality. And we need to deal with reality. And Kamala, she's going to have to explain whether she's for Gaza, against Gaza, because I got a feeling too, if she says something the wrong thing, there's going to be more protesting, negative protesting, as far as her presidency. So she has to straddle the line. How do I please these people who may be my potential voters and stop a war? Wow.
CPD, KKK, iOS, they're all the same. CPD, KKK, iOS, they're all the same. CPD, KKK, iOS, they're all the same.
So now we're giving you a part of the real world. What's happening outside of the convention. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? So these are the protesters, and that march is taking place not too far down the street from where the DNC is. Very interesting. So we're going to go back into the DNC, trying to make sure we've got some good stuff coming up. And let us see. So yeah, you know, we put a lot of work into this. We get to see what other people are saying. And while people are partying kind of inside, people are protesting outside. Something to think about. Partying inside, protesting outside. You're keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And trying to make sure I'm coming up to the right video. Let me know how you feel so far. Whoa, about the show. Let's see. And we're having a little difficulty here. So when they say you go live, well, I guess you go live into something else. Beyonce is supposed to be on the show, not on my show. If she was talking, yeah, she might talk, but of course she will probably perform. And when she performs, we cannot play it because of copyright. And it's also respect. So other streaming shows are going to have that same problem. So I don't feel so bad. We're all going to be in the same boat. You're watching, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. You can email me. Address is sorry about that, it's Parkerman, 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 2011 at gmail.com. Parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Or you could text me at phone numbers 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. And we are about to go back to see what we might have missed. That was kind of interesting. And here we go.
President Joe Biden and I, along with our entire country, are grateful, deeply grateful to each and every one of you for your service and for your excellence. The United States military, without any question, is the strongest and best fighting force the world has ever seen. And that is because of you, each one of you.
Please welcome Michigan Representative Alyssa Slotkin.
All right, I don't know who she is either, so let's hear what she has to say.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I am honored to be your U.S. Senate nominee from the great state of Michigan. Go blue, go green, my peeps from Michigan. My life in service began in New York City on September 11th. As the smoke cleared, I knew my career would be spent protecting the country we all love. I was recruited by the CIA and served 3 tours in Iraq alongside our military.
Wow.
And I worked at the White House under presidents of both parties and as an acting assistant secretary of defense under President Obama. I want to talk tonight about national security because the choice in November is stark. America retreating from the world or leading the world. Trump wants to take us backwards. He admires dictators a lot. He treats our friends as adversaries and our adversaries as friends. But our vision is based on our values, the values that took us to the shores of Normandy and helped us win the Cold War. We believe America should inspire and lead at home and abroad. We recognize that it's not just about having a strong military, but about tackling global challenges like AI and climate change together. And guess what? That takes friends. You got to have friends to do that. Vice President Harris understands our strength abroad is inextricably linked to our strength here at home. Our schools, a strong middle class, and the health of our democracy. So, for everyone here and everyone watching, I want you to proudly claim your patriotism. You are here because you love your country. Do not give an inch to pretenders who wrap themselves in the flag, but spit in the face of freedoms it represents. This November, let's elect a president who will lean forward to embrace the future. Because America doesn't follow. We do not retreat. We are the damn United States of America. We lead.
All right, what do you think?
Please welcome New York Representative Pat Ryan.
So we have some of these politicians we've never heard of that are giving these speeches. This Pat Ryan.
Among the Americans I proudly represent in Congress are the 4,400 cadets at West Point, my alma mater. Last year, I welcomed Vice President Harris when she delivered the commencement address. I watched as she shook the hand of every single cadet. That's the thing about West Point. The day you take the oath to defend our country, you get to look the person in the eye who may one day, God forbid, send you to war and take their measure. And every time, Kamala Harris looked back with respect, with reverence. That day, I saw our next commander-in-chief. At West Point, you learn the honor code. A cadet will not lie, cheat, steal, or tolerate those who do. Well, there's a candidate who has violated every word in that code. A serial liar, cheater, thief, who looked soldiers in the eye, then turned around and called fallen heroes suckers and losers. Who insulted Medal of Honor recipients just last week.
Ouch.
I tell you what I think of Donald Trump. They told me I can't say that word on TV.
Thank goodness.
I'm going to use an Army term. FUBAR.
FUBAR. I know what that means.
If you don't know FUBAR, Google it.
Okay.
These last few weeks have felt like a new day in America, when we are waking up, rising up as patriots to demand our next president be someone who not only treats our veterans with respect, but everyone with respect, with dignity, with decency, with the truth. Someone like Kamala Harris, our next commander-in-chief.
I didn't get a chance to look up FUBAR yet. So if you're watching this or watching this in the rewatchables, that's your homework. Look that word up. Let me know what it means. If you're watching, keeping it honest. As we track out these people.
We are not done.
Well, we are right now, okay? Since we cannot do the music right now. So we're going to go to the one site, which I like. See the cheese people? Yeah. Because this guy, he does a lot of news. Does like news 24/7. Any kind of late breaking news, he does. I don't know how he does it, but he's good at doing it. He's great at doing it. His name is Steve Lochner, or Lookner, and he's pretty much as good as they come as far as covering news. Because if you don't see it, he'll get you to see it. He really will. Trying to make sure I can pull him up though. Let's see. All right, let me see if I can pull him up. Because he gives you stuff in real time, what's taking place. And we talk about the people inside the convention. Now, let's talk about the people who are outside, who are protesting. So right now, you see the police officers. And boy, it's relatively quiet. Well, not really, because you see the marching. We're going to go back in once the music stops. So these people are protesting. Now, how do you feel about the protesters? All right. I guess that's not the one. Hold on a second. I've got 5 screens in front of me. Let me see if I can get the right one. There we go. Here's the right one. This is right outside, maybe a couple blocks down, at least 10 away from the convention center. And there's Steve at the right. He might make some comments. But anytime there's breaking news, he's on. Hey, Steve. How many deaths does it take to spell genocide? Wow.
So what the march route is, the standard march route that the protests have been following is the protests, they start at Union Park, which is like a half mile away from here. Then they march here. But after this, they're going to turn right and then they're going to go back to where they came from. So the place where we were just watching was as close as they'll get to the convention. Now up here you'll see a line of police and they're going to be steering the people to the right because that's the route they're supposed to go on. So you reach here, they go to the right, they go up to this where the elevated train track is up there. See, there's like a bridge up there with the elevated train track, and then they're going to take a right at the elevated train track and head back to where they started. So this place that they just walked by, that they're walking by, that's as close as they'll get to the convention. And then they'll just start heading back.
So they're really not going to be anywhere close to the convention people. It's still daylight. Are they going to do anything on this last night? Certainly not. So Steve can explain a lot of stuff. Right now, we're just going to sit back. Inside they're singing. Outside they're protesting. You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's a good view. They didn't care as far as who was in the convention. They're protesting with the purpose. Now, does Washington see all this? Because whatever you say tonight is going to predict what the protesters are going to do from now on. So while we're doing that, I want to talk to you a little bit about the infamous Project 2025. And you've been watching it for the past couple of days. I'm hearing a little echoing in my ear. But let's talk about Project 2025. I've talked about it. I've done some shows about it. I'm going to do a little fact check since everybody is talking about Project 2025 at the convention. So here we go. So over the past couple of days, there were few false or misleading claims as far as factual statements, which is good. So here's one of the fact checks. Democrats on Trump and Project 2025. Now, this is a conservative think tank initiative that has been repeatedly invoked by convention speakers. Every night they bring out that big book, 900 pages. Booyah, and they read certain things. So various speakers have talked about this, saying or hinting that this project is former President Donald Trump's own agenda. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont referred to Trump's Project 2025. Is it? State Senator Malcolm Kenyatta of Pennsylvania, she used the same phrase, Trump's 2020 Project 2025. Senator Gary Peters of Michigan, talking about Trump and running mate J.D. Vance, referred to their Project 2025 agenda. So we're going to talk about some things that are linked to it. Does Trump know about it, or does he not know about it? So Project 2025 has been led by the Heritage Foundation, a prominent conservative think tank working in collaboration with dozens of other conservative organizations. So there's one think tank is working with other think tanks, and they put together Project 2025. So their efforts, which began in 2022, is a detailed 920-page document called Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. Not exactly Project 2025, but Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. So this lays out hundreds of clear and concrete policy recommendations for White House offices, cabinet departments, Congress, agencies, commissions, and boards. And why did they put this together, you wonder? Some people say to take over the world. So the document proposes a variety of right-wing policy changes in a variety of policy areas, from immigration to healthcare to agriculture to education, plus a major overhaul of the executive branch that would significantly increase presidential power. So you're giving more power to the president. Do we really need that? So the document was published in April 2023 when Trump was a heavy favorite to win the party nomination. That's interesting. So did they put this together for Trump? So the document bills itself as an attempt to help the next conservative president, whoever he or she may be, hit the ground running. So it's a plan book, it's a rule book. So they're saying this really wasn't for Donald Trump, but it was for whoever was that conservative president. Still interesting? Yeah. So is Trump linked to this Project 2025? He says he is not affiliated with it. He claimed in July that I know nothing about Project 2025. I have no idea who is behind it. And I saw that when they asked him about that. So CNN tried to fact check this and they couldn't find anything. But they said he knows who has connections to this. And that's interesting because I said this too. A lot of people that Trump worked with in his office and knew were connected with this Project 2025. For example, 6 of his cabinet members played a role in this project. This one guy, his name is Tom Homan. He was an acting immigration and custom enforcement chief early in the Trump administration. I wonder, how good did he do, especially looking at immigrants. So he worked for Trump, but he's also part of this Project 2025. But he says he has no plans to make part of a second Trump administration. That he doesn't want a part of it. So J.D. Vance, recent Republican VP nominee, his connection to Project 2025, they talked about that too on the show. So he has a foreword, and that's like a little thing in a book before you open up the book and really get into it. And he has this in this book written by a leader of Project 2025 Heritage Foundation president Kevin Roberts. So Kevin Roberts, who's a leader in Project 2025, J.D. Vance has written something in his book. And the guy has said that Vance has no involvement with Project 2025 and that Vance has a lot of disagreements with what they're calling for. So Trump's stance on Project 2025 proposals. Do Trump believe in any of the stuff that's written about Project 2025? CNN's reported they don't know how much he rejects. Trump has said that some of the documents are absolutely ridiculous and ipso. But he also said many of the points are fine. He has not specified which proposals he rejects and which ones he found acceptable. But if he's not connected with it, he doesn't really know much about it, how does he say he likes some of it and he doesn't? Okay. So this is interesting. Not too long ago, they had a hidden camera. Russell Voigt, the Trump-era Office of Management and Budget Director, who is also one of former Trump's administrative officials, is involved in Project 2025. He said that in a hidden camera video secretly recorded by a British journalism organization, how did that all come about? I see what he's going to do is just very, very consciously distance himself from a brand. It's interesting. He's in fact not even opposing himself to a particular policy. So this was his hidden camera. They were talking about Trump. So CNN reported in July, Project 2025, here we go, includes many policy priorities that are aligned with those of the former president, especially as they create bureaucracy by making it easier to dismiss civil servants and career officials. Meaning you can get rid of everybody, but you can't get rid of the president. So Project 2025 has lately become a lightning rod for other ideas Trump hasn't explicitly backed. So something Trump hasn't backed, what people are talking about, including a ban on pornography and the exclusion of the morning after pill and men's contraceptives from coverage mandated under the Affordable Care Act. Somebody needs to break it down, bring that book in front of Trump, literally go through page, and talk to him about it. So a spokesman for Trump's campaign told CNN, President Trump's campaign made it clear that not only President Trump and the campaign and not any other organization or former staff represent policies for this second term. Is that confusing? Well, it is, but I gave you a little bit more to confuse you. 900 pages, 920 something pages of Project 2025. Contact me, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. As we go back inside of the convention center and we see what they're doing and if they're having fun, and especially can't be any singing. And have you missed the singing? Whoops.
y'all doing? What's happening in California? Now, wait. Where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years, and I ain't won one debate. I'm owing $93,000. The only way to keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman. But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream, that hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed, that you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research, something I had never done, something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That
Here we
future,
go.
ladies and gentlemen, is possible.
Trying to get back in. We won't go back. We were trying to watch D.L. Hughley.
Trick. And you can feel it everywhere, all over the country.
There we go.
In the coming weeks, I want us to find ways to maintain this energy and this joy and this commitment, because there will be days when the work ahead seems impossible. And when that happens, I know what I do. I get involved. I get engaged. I ask myself, how can I be of service to my community? Because community is why we do this. Am I right?
Kerry Washington from Scandal. You saw the guy that played the president on the first night, and she was the president's mistress, I guess. Before that, we saw D.L. Hughley. And now this is Kerry Washington.
Yes, we do this for our children, for our parents, for our teachers and care workers who treat our loved ones like their own. We do this for working families who make this country thrive. We do this for the planet and for each other. We do this for justice and for peace and for democracy. And as we are about to hear, we do this for the safety of our communities.
Please welcome Genesee County, Michigan Sheriff Chris Swanson.
All right, we got the sheriff coming up. Or as I say, there's a new sheriff in town. Keeping it honest.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side, and there would have been bloodshed. But that didn't happen. We laid down our riot gear, and we embraced the community, and instead of hate, we chose hope.
He's an imposing figure. Looks like a cop. Look like a cop.
On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit, and denigration. Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars. Protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris protected us by putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president, she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up.
All right. As it should be with any city.
As president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together because our country needs a leader who will go toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies.
You're pointing. That's a camera. Not me.
One who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America, let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
He's the embodiment of a police officer. He's wearing that outfit good, representing.
We were contemplating adopting, and then out of nowhere, I got pregnant. Jordan was so much fun as a child.
When all of a sudden,
Three of those rounds he aimed at Jordan. Jordan didn't deserve to die that way.
Reports of an active shooter at a high school.
These students have now lived through so many of these shootings since they were born almost.
We were praying and crying. I don't know how we're alive.
An active shooter at an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Multiple children have been killed.
Most of the body so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify.
Trump did nothing on guns and was proud of it.
There was great pressure on me. We did nothing.
After a mass shooting in Iowa, Trump said,
I have to get over it.
"You never get over it." Kamala Harris and Joe Biden refused to get over it. As district attorney, she got illegal guns off the street.
As Attorney General, she took on transnational crime rings and stopped gun trafficking. As Vice President, she helped pass the most sweeping gun violence legislation in 3 decades, keeping guns out of the hands of criminals, expanding background checks, closing loopholes.
We'll finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
Kamala understands the fight we're in.
The power is with the people.
And gives people like me, survivors like me, hope.
Very touching.
When I worked for every town
Please
for gun
welcome
safety.
Georgia Representative Lucy McBath.
Oh, she came out too soon, started talking. With your intro.
When I worked for every town for gun safety and moms demand action for gun sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
Gun violence is crazy. How do we stop it? Can we stop it?
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
Do you clap or you do something? Really, do something.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling and I'll keep fighting.
Amen. Never give up.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead about worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Amen.
Our are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve.
Mm.
We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office.
Amen. You don't like who's in office? You run and change the world in a positive way.
And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe.
Mm.
And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Wow, very emotional. Gun violence. You know, when we have people out here, politicians, like I said, I ran for Congress and some other things politically. And I say you don't need to have a title to make a difference. But having a title, you can change things so quickly. And over the years with this gun violence and the background checks, why is it so hard to do it the right way? Sometimes laws don't get changed until things affect you personally. If it affects you personally, then you become that advocate and you try to change it. But when you're talking to people who haven't been affected personally, they have no interest in it. But to make this world a better world for everybody, we all should work together to change the world. I'm just keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
So now this is interesting because she had an incident of gun violence, and her husband, who I thought could have potentially been the vice president, was Mark Webb. He's an astronaut. He was an astronaut. His wife was in Congress. She got shot. And he'd been all across the world. And my thing was, who doesn't want an astronaut as a VP? So he was my favorite because I thought he could appeal to everybody. And again, he's been all over the world. Really, he's been out of the world. He's been in space. And he decided to, get into politics and won. And he's the second astronaut that's been in Congress. The other one was John Glenn, if I'm correct. And I just felt he would be one, you know, I don't think there's any scandal on him. His brother was even an astronaut. But for him to tell the stories of what it is, yeah, he wasn't a coach, but he was an astronaut. And when his wife got injured, he took care of her and he got into politics. And here's a guy that I thought, whoa, here's a guy that I thought would have been the next presidential VP candidate, Mr. Mark Webb. But here's his wife, Gabby. And there's her husband, Mark Webb. Mm-hmm. Hello, Gabby.
I'm Gabby Gifford. I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut.
Mark
For
Webb.
5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived.
Amen.
I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Yeah, gun violence was very bad. People didn't think she was going to make it. And she survived. America was behind her. Her husband was behind her. I was hoping that he would have been the vice presidential candidate. And as much as I didn't want J.D. Vance, because when I was running for Congress, he also was running, but we weren't running together. But I had heard about him. And I know from what I gathered, he was out of Ohio, but came back, and Donald Trump backed him. So, as he's backed a lot of people who have won. But Mark Webb, I thought, he's a real humanistic story. And you could see he was there for his wife. and she was a politician, and she just tried to do the right thing and was almost killed. But on that day, over 10 people, I think she said 16 were killed. Maybe Mark Webb will get another job, um, but I would have really liked for him to have been Kamala's vice presidential candidate. And I think there would have been less, maybe, scandal involved. I don't know. Because again, he's an astronaut. And who doesn't love astronauts? I'm just keeping it simple, keeping it real, and keeping it honest. So we love you guys. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to cut this out. All right. We cannot play the music, so let's hope the music isn't playing on this video.
My kid's safe.
On July 4th, 2022, I was next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed, and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have two options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Yay. I'm glad the music is off. Really? Come on, people. Who's next?
Please welcome three-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon.
Well, I know we cannot play that. Let me see if I can stop it real quick. All right. It's going to give me trouble, huh, people? Okay, there we go. Keeping it honest. Boy, the streaming, I tell you. You love it, but you can't play the music. And we're okay with that. Can't play the music. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go outside. We're going outside Chicago and see what's taking place outside. See if it's any bad or if it's good. And if the rioters or demonstrators are demonstrating. Yeah, I can see that they are. Okay. They're protesting. There's my friend Steve up there. Hey, Steve. How you doing there, buddy? Anybody watching this? Tell people I gave a lot of respect to Steve. He's all over the place. It's getting dark there now.
All right, we might go back to the. Hang on a second here.
Don't go back in, Steve.
In a minute or two, we might go back to the convention. I'm waiting for the next speaker.
Right, because somebody's singing now, Steve. You don't want to go in there yet. I'm looking out for Steve. Just to let you know. These people are doing this right now. Okay. Telephone number is 216-702-3718. 216-702-3718. How many people have been to a protest? How many people have gone to these Gaza protests? I haven't. I would love to cover an interview.
All right, we're going to check out Mark Warner. Senator Mark Warner is about to speak at the convention. So let's go back to the convention. Hold on. Why am I not there? Hold on a second here.
All right, see, you get to see somebody else having trouble, having a little difficulty. Having a little technical difficulty. So we're going to go, like he said, to Mark Warner. Okay, we're going to go to Mark Warner in a second. Let's make sure we have everything lined up. As he is talking. Here we go.
Her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times.
Wow.
Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want.
Ooh.
Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us.
Ouch.
Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, Let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Mark Webb. So what do you think? Could he have been the potential VP? He was in the running. It was Josh Shapiro, Tim, and Mark Webb. And at one point, Mark Webb was kind of like a shoe-in, but then he was the one they took out first. And then that weekend, Kamala invited Tim and Shapiro. And then people were like, man, Shapiro's got that charisma. But it's the Jewish thing that we're kind of worried about. We don't want anything to take away our potential momentum. So then it was between Tim and Josh, and they're like, well, maybe Josh will be able to run. We can put him in another office, and then he'll grow on us. So we'll keep him because he wants more. He's not just looking at VP. He's looking at maybe I want to run in a couple of years as president. Okay, but we need somebody now. Not a lot of questions, so we'll pick Tim. So Tim was picked. And when you just heard his speech, you think it was a better speech? Do you think you could see him as somebody that could have been a good VP candidate? I don't know. So one thing they're bringing out over these past couple of nights, they're bringing out people from the 80s. Not just, well, maybe the 90s, but not just from the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, but they're bringing out people that were connected to the Clinton administration, not just the Obama, but the Clinton administration. This guy coming up right now, Leon Panetta. He's been around for decades. Former Secretary of Defense, Leon Panetta.
My fellow Americans, I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff,
Jeez.
CIA Director,
You see his resume.
Secretary of Defense.
What have you not done?
I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead.
So he gave the call. I guess the president did give a call, but he gave one of the final calls to go after bin Laden and kill him. He was Obama administration, former defense secretary from 2011 to 2013. Then you heard everything else that he's done. So he's been involved in Washington.
Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one.
And I'm wondering too, if Joe would have still stayed this convention week, would there still be the same people out there speaking? Would they be speaking for Joe and about the future? What would have been this convention if it had been all about Joe?
And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as vice president, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye
With Joe.
and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan, isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military.
And real quick, when he just mentioned Zelensky and Russia and Ukraine, what is your impression about Ukraine after they had this kind of ceasefiring a little bit with Russia? And then a couple of days later, excuse me, Ukraine goes into Russia and literally ticks Russia off. Should we as America, because we've been helping Ukraine, say, dude, we were helping you out. Why did you go after you guys were trying to do a ceasefire? And why did you, if this is what we're getting, intel, go behind Russia's back and not even tell us that you were trying to go after them? And then now we're supposed to continue to give you some money? What do you guys think about that? And what is Kamala's opinion on this?
Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Tim Walz, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps.
He is very, very old school.
Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. But one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Wow. Leon Panetta. He is basically old school. He doesn't play. Like I said before, he's been around for a while, decades. And he's a Kamala, keep saying that, supporter. Wow, keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Any questions or comments? Email me, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Again, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Phone number, here we go. It's 216 702 3718. 216 702 3718. We're going to go now to another perspective. This is mainstream. Let me know what you think about this one. Is mainstream the same as streaming? I love that we're able to go on all these platforms and check out what their belief system is. This one right here is coming from ABC News, and his name is David Muir. Well-respected, I guess, mainstream journalist, host of World News Tonight. And let's join him now.
Making her case to the American people. Then the sprint on November 5th begins, the presidential debate between Harris and Trump here on ABC in early September. But first things first, our live coverage of the race for president and the final night of the Democratic National Convention starts right now.
This is an ABC News special.
Tonight.
Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris!
And just moments from now, the vice president steps into the spotlight and makes history.
Together, we will chart a new way forward!
Kamala Harris, the biggest speech of her life, her vision, her plans for her presidency.
When we fight, we win.
It's her big night. The Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Now reporting, David Muir.
Boy, don't you love that introduction? Man, I wish I had an introduction like that. And now, coming in. You know him? You love him? You just can't get enough of him? The anchor, the host, the producer, the star of Keeping It Honest, Midnight at the Oasis, does shorts, he does longs, he does mini longs. He doesn't just talk about the people, he talks to the people. And now, his greatest adventure ever, after doing a 5.5-hour video show, is for the subscribers to keep growing, because as he grows, they grow, and we all put our vision out here on digital media. We welcome 2024's Anthony Parker Alexander. Booyah. And then, of course, I'd have music. And as I start, I'd probably spill my tea. But that's me. Keeping it honest.
Good evening again, everyone. Now 10 o'clock in the East, the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Let's go right down to the floor because Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer has just taken to the podium, rising star in the Democratic Party. Let's listen to Governor Whitmer.
And real quick, this lady right here, after Joe Biden decided to drop out, she was pretty much saying, look, let's make this an open convention because I want to run. And they said, look, Gretchen, we like you and everything, but we would have to get rid of all the money we had saved up and start anew. So because we're short time, look, maybe if Kamala wins, she'll, give you a good seat at the table, and then maybe you can run in 4 more years. Or even if she loses, maybe you can run in 4 more years. So I think underneath it was Kamala, it was Michelle Obama, and it was Gretchen, 3 main women that people were assuming might try to run for president. So Gretchen stepped aside, and now she's a speaker right here. And as I told you, when people are in prime time and doing these speeches, they're doing it for the future so people can remember 4 years ago, wow, we knew you, we loved you then. Man, you're on fire. Maybe you can run and be our next woman president after this one possibly wins. So we welcome to the stage. Listen up because she's pushing herself too. Gretchen.
At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store?
All righty, here we go.
That's what the chauffeur is for.
Mm.
But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us.
So this is Gretchen for run for president.
Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're gonna have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family gonna be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago?
Yes, he has used his name in his story.
I know. In a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass?
Yeah.
I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Well, that was simple.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer in the key battleground state of Michigan. There'll be all eyes on election night on all of those sort of half dozen battlegrounds, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
And real quick, there also was a kidnapping attempt made on her. So she made news like that too, and they covered it. And let's see who this person is.
Active in politics. Let's listen to what she sets up here.
Hello, Chicago!
Oh, there's actress Eva Longoria. All right.
I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything, especially as women. That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now.
All right, McDonald's and Wendy's.
You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, sí se puede, which means yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're going to say, she se puede. Our voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris.
Whoa, look at that.
Say hello.
Howdy. Say hi, people.
Yes. All right.
These are the people that are watching my
We
show?
know how to work, so let's get to work.
I wish.
Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She
Actress Eva Longoria on the stage there. The watch parties are across the country up on the big screen behind her. I want to go down to our political director, Rick Klein, Washington Bureau Chief, because Rick, you're next to the stage, and this for the first time, and of course, we're always looking for tea leaves here, but for the first time, there's a curtain up.
Yeah, this is fascinating, David. All week long, some reporters here just off stage will be able to get a peek backstage. We were able to see the Obamas. We were able to see the Bidens. We were able to see Oprah. We even saw Tim Walz get a little spritz of hairspray right before he went on stage. Right now, though, suddenly, for the first time in 4 days, there is a big curtain up blocking our view. We don't know what's behind that curtain, but there's been buzz all week about a special guest that may be here tonight. And it's only adding to the speculation, David.
And of course, the Democrats would love that if there's a little speculation that there might be a special guest. We'll keep you posted at home as soon as we learn more. Let's go back down to the stage, and this continues with the theme here of Republicans speaking at the Democratic convention. This is former Congressman Adam Kinzinger.
Oh, yes. Now, here's another Republican And they're bringing out the Republicans who are faces of the Republican Party that are now wanting to vote. Wow. Democratic.
Never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big.
What about his
He's
policies?
a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin? And his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny. And when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
So what do you think about that? Now, he's a well-known Republican that is voting Democratic. He's pretty much saying, look, all you other Republicans, you can vote Republican and be Republican, but come on over to this side to vote for the Democratic values. Now, here is Ms. Harris's sister.
You saw earlier tonight.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Kamala Gopalan Harris.
Kamala.
But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now. We are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough. You got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Don't you love that?
Supporting her sister, no surprise. They are extremely close. Maya Harris has played a very important role in her past political campaigns, continues to be an advisor to Kamala Harris today.
Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Don't you just love that family getting along with each other? If you have any questions or comments, you can email yours truly, parkerman2011 at gmail.com, parkerman2011 at gmail.com. Leave me a voicemail. Text me on it, 216-702-3718, 216-702-3718. We are about to get to Miss Kamala Harris. Let me know if you're liking all of this. We're all over the place, but trying to give you all these perspectives. So coming up now is the lead up. Okay, remember this. Who are we here for? Well, we're watching this program tonight after 3 days and almost 4 days for the official nomination of Kamala Harris to run for president of the United States of America. Keeping it honest.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
North Carolina, close friend of Kamala Harris.
She's a close political ally with Vice President Harris, once vetted as a potential running mate before he took himself out of contention. They met when they were both states' attorney general.
I'm Roy Cooper, the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said,
Hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe to toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us. And we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids.
Kamala will fight
for
for you.
workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves. Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this. Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Governor Roy Cooper with a rallying cry for this convention hall that is about as fired up as it can get, and yet we are now entering a portion of the programming that gets us ready for the speech from Kamala Harris, a biographical video. Let's watch.
Your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class.
So yeah, we're going to be looking at this profile on Kamala Harris. She is going to be coming up soon. You're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we've had a lot of good speakers. I thought tonight was going to be kind of because I thought they drained all the speakers from the other days, but I guess they didn't. So she's going to be the next one coming up. But we're going to go and show a backstory on her. And the one that we're going to show is one of the stories that I like how they put it together. So we're going to go to that. And have you learned a lot about her this past week? I know I have. But now she's going to have to tell her story and show sympathy and empathy in all Americans and kind of push her away from Joe Biden and maybe why she kind of has changed her views, but to give the hope for the future. These conventions are amazing. Each person ever has one. They do good. They do good for about a week afterwards, and then reality sets in. So she's proven a lot. She's talked about a lot. We'll talk about it when it ends. But right now, let's hear her story again, but a different slant.
The lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected vice president of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin, and led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down.
There you go. Woo!
Excuse my language.
Now she's running for president.
Get that
still
door
fighting
down.
for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
All right, I can't play the music, so we'll let this finish playing out. She's going to be coming out soon. Wow, how do you feel about this? If she wins, the first woman to win to become president of the United States of America, wow, just keeping it honest.
Nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
I don't want Beyonce coming after me saying, look, keeping it honest. You need to stop playing my music unless you're going to purchase it. Yeah, we know freedom, freedom. So this is going to be the speech of her life. I wonder, is Joe Biden watching? What is he doing? Trying to see if we could pull it up. Guess we have to wait till she gets closer to the mic. No more giggling. You got tired of her giggling. She can smile. She can be happy. Where were you when Barack Obama received his nomination? Now you know where you're at when Kamala receives hers. No matter what, you're witnessing history, so take it in. We're all witnessing it together. That's how many times she touches her chest like her VP did.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh my goodness. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Very historic moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Who
Thank
says
you,
you
everyone.
can't run
Thank you.
for president and have big dreams?
Thank you. Thank you all.
What is Donald Trump thinking?
Thank you all. Okay, we got to get to some business. We got to get to some business. Okay, thank you all.
Here we go.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, thank you, please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much.
Today's our anniversary, 10 years.
To our President Joe Biden.
It would have been great to see John.
When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both.
Well, Joe picked her as his running mate.
And to Coach Tim Walls.
Are people loving you, Coach? Oh, don't do the chest.
You are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that.
Picture her as
So
president.
my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris, none of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it.
Never complain, but do something about it.
That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote.
Like anybody's parents?
I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley, those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice.
Yeah.
As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them we are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people.
Booyah. Thank you.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
And there you have it. Kamala Harris saying, yeah, I'm ready for the job.
With this election, and with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight. And I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
All right, there you go, Donald. The message to you, peaceful transfer of power.
I will be a president who unites us
and not divides us.
around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation.
The importance of this
In
election.
many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
You mentioned his name. He's doing great.
But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again.
Budget 2025.
Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Supreme Court did that.
Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
How is this happening?
And how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself.
And how would he be able to get all this power if
And we
people
know,
didn't let him?
and we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025,
There we go.
written by his closest advisors. And its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not
Not
going
going
back.
back. Not going back.
We are
Let's
not
go to
going
push.
back.
Not going back.
We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare.
We're not going back.
We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act.
We're not
when
going back.
insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools.
You go, girl. Go ahead, lady.
We
Do it.
are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children.
Department of
America,
Education?
we are not going back.
I'm just saying. The thing is not going back.
And
Compared to Make
we
America
are
Great
charting,
again.
and we are charting a new way forward. Forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
Forward. Are you going to say forward again?
And I'll tell you,
Nope.
this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy, an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
That would be a great world if you can do that.
You live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare.
Remember that, people.
Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends.
That's what people say.
And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
Right?
Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially
You want
on
body?
matters of
Okay.
heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom.
Mm.
And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this,
With or without
get
Congress.
this,
Wow.
he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator
Mm.
and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds.
Mhm. Keeping it honest, Kamala
And
Harris.
one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women?
Mm.
Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
Mm. The women voters on both
In this
sides.
election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride.
Mhm.
The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act.
Didn't take that long. I love John Lewis. He talks him in to do the right thing.
And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year,
Okay.
Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, And here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
We got it. Yeah.
I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border.
Sounds easy.
And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
Wow. That's for the military.
And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
That's the military vote. When women vote,
I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want.
there's a booze.
5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response over 50 countries to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president,
They know
I
you,
will
Cameron.
stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies.
There's my answer. Will she stand with Ukraine?
With respect to the war in Gaza,
Here we go.
President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
And if she gets that done with Biden, I think she could sue him.
And
Maybe.
let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7. Including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
She did her homework on this. Let me know what you can find if there are any loopholes.
I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump. Who are rooting for Trump.
He's ready.
Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs.
We're backing down. Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed.
Here we go.
And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are.
You're right.
America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American.
USA, USA, USA. Keeping it honest here,
So
too.
let's get out there. Let's fight for it. Let's get out there. Let's vote for it. And together, let us great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
So what did you think? Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. Are we witnessing history in the making? No matter what, she accepted the nomination. She's not the first Black woman to accept the nomination, but boy, she's possibly one of the closest ones to eventually maybe become president of the United States. Your two choices are Donald Trump, Republican, or Kamala Harris, a Democrat. There was no giggling. Your sympathy. She talked about her family, her upbringing, her commitment, being the underdog. She didn't really say, well, you know what? This is an historic moment that I could make if I become the woman. But really, when you think about that, if she wins, that means in literally 8 years' time, you went from a two-term African-American president 8 years later to an African-American / Indian woman president. Who would have thought that when Barack Obama became president 16 years ago, that there would possibly be a minority female president? Who would have thought? We don't know how this world is going to go. A lot of people try to do things in life. Sometimes it doesn't work out. People run. They don't win. Donald Trump, he ran. He won. Hillary thought she was going to win. She didn't win. You just never know how this is all going to turn out. So instead of saying you don't like it, vote. Can't do the music, so we'll see what else we're going to do. Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. What do you think? What do you think? You can give me a text, 216-702-3708, 216-702-3718. You can email me, parkerman2011@gmail.com, parkerman2011@gmail.com. Look at those balloons, though, going. If you like balloons and like an astronaut, who doesn't like balloons? I know some people don't like clowns. I don't know why, and some people are scared of clowns. But who are scared of balloons? Little kids love them. Adults love them. Senior citizens love them. Everybody loves balloons. So if you've watched a Republican debate or convention, was this one better? So again, she's going to have a bump for about a week. And then it's going to get to, okay, who's really going to be winning? Trying to make sure there's no music.
Open the streets and watch, I believe someone they call my name is.
Yeah, there's music. Okay. Being a streamer, you can't have copyrighted music. So give me original music, okay? You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander, day 4 of this Democratic National Convention. We did 5.5 hours the first day. We did 4 the next day. We did 3 yesterday. So that's 5, 4, that's 9, that's 12, that's 12.5 hours. And then a little over 3 now. So about 16 hours in 4 days, we've averaged 4 hours a day. I didn't notice when I start this that it would be like this. Go to our Patreon page. Type in patreon.com, Keeping It Honest. We have 3 tiers. Go to those tiers. You can contribute whatever you want. And we thank you. The balloons, I feel, are for us too, because we've done this. Didn't know we could do it, didn't expect to do it. Hit the like, hit the share, hit that subscribe button, keep that button growing. The more you keep it growing, the more we get out there. Trying to see, is music here? Yes, there is some kind of music. I don't know what music it is, but there's music. So now, what are you going to do? You got Friday. You've been partying all the past couple of weeks or past couple of days, having people come on, having some old people, having some new people. Do you think now that Kamala's ready? Whether you like her or not, I think she is. I think you'll see less laughing, but more, look, we ain't got time, like Coach says. And Coach, they call him Coach, found out when he was the coach of the football team, he was an assistant coach. So how many people I was a coach. Oh, but I was a coach of a basketball team. Okay. And you want to know about that, you got to find out more of that yourself. They didn't call me assistant coach. They called me coach. Okay. So he was an assistant coach. He was assistant coach. So you see all these people here, and it's the anniversary of Kamala's marriage, 10-year today. And her husband said that every anniversary she plays a tape of him embarrassing himself. So you wonder, did he play the tape again? Or did she play the tape again? So that's interesting. I hope you guys have had a lot of fun past couple days. I'm trying to get on the other sites, the other channels, because I want to see, whoops, make sure I didn't mess up here. Okay. I want to see what I just did is one thing. Let's see. Okay. You're watching Keeping It Real and Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And we were doing really good. This is all new for yours truly. He's been trying to figure this out. And we should be getting back to it. No, that's not it. So this is why we have the Patreon page to help us out in everything that we've been doing. We're almost on the page so we can see you. There we go. If you knew the behind the scenes that we do here, you'd be amazed. Let's see if we can have any music still going. Yep. So we can't play that. So we're going to see if we can piggyback and go to another site. But it looks like all the sites are going slow. Wow, man. So what was your favorite part of the last 4 days? You had Bill Clinton, you had Hillary Clinton, you had Michelle Obama, you had Barack Obama, you had Pete Buttigieg, you had Bernie Sanders, you had AOC. Who am I missing? Gretchen Whitmer, Gavin Newsom. You had the story of Project 2025. And we had a bunch of other stuff. So how do you think they did? You think they did really good? And like I said, we've averaged about 4 hours a day doing this. And I've had a lot of fun doing it too. It's been all new to yours truly. So you can tell your friends. We're going to piggyback off, if I can find him, Steve, and I guess I can call him Steve Luckner of Agenda Free. And what I like about him is he's fair and balanced. But I said, boy, this guy, he covers a lot of news. I don't know when he ever sleeps. Just me just doing this the time I've done it. It's exhausting, but it's a lot of fun. You get a high doing this. And speaking of, I like to say hi to everybody who's watched it, even the replay. I hope you've enjoyed it. Tell your friends. I'm over here trying to make sure I get him. There we go. Going to pull him up and hear what he's talking about as we continue to do our own thing too.
Protesting that I can show you at the moment. I'll keep an eye on something, but there's nothing I have the rights to. I saw something before where it was just showing a feed, but I can't steal the feed. But
yeah, so you have to really be careful what you do. I've learned a lot from Steve in the time that I've been doing this. He's been doing it, I guess, for a while. But, you know, cross promotion, check out his channel because he's on any and every time. Anytime there's breaking news, he's there.
what did? Oh, okay. They went to black. Oh, I gotta fix the headline. Let me fix the headline.
So that's kind of stuff that he does.
Let me fix the
Now
headline.
there's Big Steve. We saw Little Steve before. Democratic convention ends. Election is November 5th.
Aspen Glow thought she sounded like Obama and he was disgusting. Wow. Well, Aspen Glow was not a fan.
Well, that's interesting. Not a fan.
Sarah Milligan thought she was super inspiring, relatable, and empowering. She's a winner.
Great speech. Great speech writer.
Renee Wilson said no policy on how to lower inflation. Rita says, I appreciated the positive message.
Yeah, because some people don't have positive messages. Makes sense. What's next, Steve?
Our viewer Nibiru says, what's next? Well, if you mean in general, I mean, we got a debate coming up between Harris and Trump on September 10th. We have a vice presidential debate, I think, on October 1st. And the election day is November 5th. Of course, people start voting early, well before then.
Yes. So we get an idea to see what's going to be happening.
Donald Trump posted on his Truth Social 13 minutes ago, and he said, I'm going to be on Fox in a few minutes to discuss Marxism in America.
Okay.
He also said 20 minutes ago, there will be no future under Comrade Kamala Harris because she will take us into a nuclear World War III. She will never be respected by the tyrants of the world.
That's what he feels, huh?
He posted a lot. He posted a lot. There was a lot of comments during her speech. I'm not going to read all of them. You can go to his Truth Social.
Okay, we're not going.
Was he posting all of these? I mean, the campaign might have been. This is a lot of posts. This is like sometimes multiple posts per minute. Wow. So I don't know. Anyways, you can. There's a lot of posts here. I'm just. I mean, look at. I'm just going through when she was speaking. So, anyways, there's one that says Walz was an assistant coach, not a coach.
Yes, that's true. Let me see if I can.
I don't even know if it's true that. I mean, assistant coach is type of coach, but I don't know that what his coaching background was exactly.
Let me see if I can Text Steve that is true while we're talking.
Let's see. Can we find this out? Can we find that out?
Okay. This
Sort
is
of an interesting
live.
question.
Okay. I'm typing this to Steve.
I don't know. I don't know all of Walls's coaching his career. Yeah, I don't know that it matters. Well, it matters to Trump. Anyways, I don't have an easy answer for you. But
He
I mean,
was
Trump doesn't think, I guess, a coach is an assistant coach. Whether you agree or that is up to you. So Trump thinks he was not a coach. Let's see here.
All right.
Someone asked if I was going to show the debates live. So we'll do coverage of the debates. It's not up to me whether I can show it live. It depends on if whoever is broadcasting the debate or debates allows that footage to be used. So I would love to show the debates live. It's possible I won't be able to. It's just I will look into it and see
that's
whether it's
interesting.
allowed. But it's not my footage, and so with the Biden debate, with the Biden Trump debate, CNN allowed that footage to be used, but maybe ABC News won't allow their footage to be used in that way. I don't know yet.
I'm gonna have to find out too, so we can do the debate live, like Steve, or maybe Steve won't have it, and I will.
All right, let's see. Let me take some more comments here.
Well, I text.
By the way,
Steve.
thank you to Kellen for your support and Lucia Horeso for your support. Horeso thinks she is running on fixing problems she created. If she could do what she is promising, she would do it now while she is actually in office.
That's true
That's
too.
what Lucia thinks.
Because you got like 5 months to fix everything that you couldn't fix, especially if you don't win.
Our viewer Rita says, "I'm looking forward to the debates myself as well."
You're watching Keeping It Honest, and we have on our screen agenda 3.
Our viewer Rita says she's not the president, just FYI. Rita Topologlu Ansik says, how long did Kamala speak for? That is a good question. I'm going to look that up.
I didn't get a
I'm going to
chance.
guess. I'm going to guess it was 40 minutes. I'm going to make a guess of 40 minutes.
I say
and
40.
I'm going to look it up on my own broadcast. I'm going to look it up right now. So she finished speaking at.
I said 45 minutes. He says 40 minutes. Who's right?
12:08, 12:10. 12:10.
All right.
12:11. She finished speaking at 12:11, and she started speaking at
10:50. I think.
Around.
I said 40.
No, what was it? It wasn't 12:11. It must have been 11:11.
Yeah, 11.
10:32 or 10:33 is when she started speaking.
Oh, is that early?
And then must have been 11:11.
Yes.
That must have been what it was. Yes. 11:11. So it looks like she spoke for about
45.
38 minutes or something. Give or take.
So this guy is great at what he does, covering all types of news, like I said.
I don't remember how long Trump spoke for. I don't know that it was that different. Maybe didn't Trump speak for longer? I don't remember.
Yes, he did, because people were kind of tired. I remember that. It was like almost an hour or so.
Let's see. Oh, I don't know if Polymarket had an over-under on Kamala Harris speaking time.
They were betting? Okay.
Waltham brought that up.
He's done hurricanes. He's done assassinations.
The over-under was on Polymarket. You could bet here. You could bet on 30 to 45, 45 to 60, under 30, 60 to 75. You know what's interesting? It's interesting. This is Polymarket, which is a site where people bet on current events.
Never heard of that.
They don't endorse this channel or anything. I'm just sometimes news outlets show their odds to show how people are betting, but just to show you how much money came in on each. Well, I don't. It's hard because like you see a lot of like not as much money came on 30-45 as came on under 30, but maybe the odds on under 30 were a lot better than the odds on 30-45. So
Okay.
I don't know where the odds were when. I mean, obviously now it's 100% because that's what it was. So, anyways. But it's interesting. There were all these choices. It was 30 to 45. There was 45, 60, 60, 75. So it seems like some people thought she was going to speak for a lot longer than that. I mean, over an hour seems like a really long time, but.
And since he's talking about gambling and picking news stories to gamble with, we're going to get off of that. That pretty much doesn't interest me. I don't know if it interests you. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back because it hasn't officially ended. I thought about that. They still have to kind of do maybe some closing remarks. So let's go to possibly the closing remarks section of this. And the music hasn't gone off yet, but it will be going off because we want to see the closing remarks. We made it at the beginning, literally, of this. So why wouldn't you want to see the end of it? Keeping it honest. But did anybody know that you could bet on news events, which is kind of weird. I'm like, man, how long or how short did her speech go? And we're trying to make sure the songs are off. Maybe when they officially go back out of stage, then we'll know. How the closing ceremony is. All right, they are almost gone. Nope. They're gone, but the music is still on. So I learned that part from Steve. That you got to be careful what music is on when you're doing your shows. And you got to periodically go in and out. Because that's interesting. I saw him do that on one show I was watching. And I'm like, okay, I didn't know that. So people, copyrights, from what I gather, they'll come after you. Look at that crowd, though. Man. So crowd size. Is that bigger than Trump's crowd?
And Holtzblad and Reverend Dr. Amos Brown.
And now we're about to close. Listen to all that, like 4th of July. We're gonna get a closing benediction.
America, let us pray.
Here we go. America,
God
let us
brought
pray.
us out of the narrow place of oppression to freedom. Let's remember the treacherous road our ancestors traveled to freedom, their sacrifice and resolve to bring a better, more inclusive world. We stand on their shoulders to declare, we are not going back.
Listen to prayer.
God who notices the downtrodden, give us the courage to imagine the world as you do, where everyone has the opportunity to thrive, where diversity brings strength, not weakness, and where all have the right to make the choices for their own bodies. God of strength, guard Vice President Harris and Governor Walz with your sheltering presence as they carry on with courage and conviction to build a better future for all Americans. Shine a light on them so that they may continue to pursue justice, equity, and reproductive freedom. An America free from gun violence that safeguards free and fair elections, with less vitriol and more joy, not afraid to face its past, to grow a brighter future where every child can look to their leaders and see themselves and know that someday they too can lead. May we all be blessed with the ability to see the humanity in each other. America, let's make history. Amen.
Amen. I guess he's praying too.
As we close this convention, we ask that the Creator bestow blessings on Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, and upon the bright future they will bring to the people of America. A future where our nation lives its motto of e pluribus unum, bringing together in civility and dignity the diversity that has built this great nation. E pluribus unum, one nation that embraces us all, every race, creed, or color, regardless of sexual orientation, gender, or gender expression, rich and poor, old and young, urban and rural. A future, oh God, for every American, where the humanity of all persons will be affirmed and celebrated, where every American has the opportunity and freedom to pursue those inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A future, oh God, where we live in peace and joy, where we set aside our rancor and division, where we heal our differences and celebrate our common purposes as one nation, one American community, that great city on a hill that serves as a beacon for all the people and all the nations. This is a journey we begin today, and we pray that the Almighty God will guide us on this path today, tomorrow, and for all the generations to come. Amen.
Amen.
And amen.
Amen. All right.
As we close, I want to thank each and every one of you for bringing your energy and your enthusiasm to the convention that will carry us through to victory in November. Look around. You're surrounded by people from every corner of the country who traveled here because they believe in our mission. We know that unity is our strength. We know that the issues we've highlighted this week are not abstract. We know what's at stake, and we bring that with us and this beginning.
Over the next 75 days, we will mobilize like never before to show America what we as Democrats stand for.
Together, we will fight for our rights, our freedom, and our democracy. Together, we will elect Democrats up and down the ballot. Together, we will win. Win that. As we know, we have to further business to come before the convention. I am now proud to adjourn the 49th Democratic National Convention. Thank you, Chicago.
All right. This has been adjourned. Woo-hoo. You're watching. Keeping it honest, yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. 4 days at the Democratic National Convention. The future is up to you. What do you want to do? Future is up to you. Hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. All right.
And with a huge cheer for the host city of Chicago, the 2024 Democratic National Convention is in the books. Vice President Kamala Harris making history as the first woman of color to accept the nomination of a major political party, and just 32 days after President Biden withdrew from the race. And now it's on to the general election campaign with the first debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump scheduled for September 10th.
Wow. So that's it. That's it for that. That's all she wrote. Coming up September 10th. Man. We got a lot of technology in this show. I tell you. We're going to try to go back on one of these. And let's see if we can get it right here. All righty. We're going to see what some of the people thought. Keeping it honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. I like I said, getting people's viewpoints and other media viewpoints. And let's see if I can get to the right one. It's always about getting to the right one on here, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. One of the ones I've liked, ABC News.
Time with when the cameras aren't rolling, we recognize that, Kamala Harris. But it was a chance for that voice to break through to voters in a new way.
And John, I was sitting alongside you as we were watching her speech, and you said fascinating, as she was really striking the tone of a moderate.
Yeah, and it is fascinating because on one hand, Trump and his campaign have tried to portray her as a far left, progressive, communist comrade. Kamala is what they call her. And she was never that, obviously, but when she ran for president 4 years ago, campaign didn't get very far, but she struck out a very far left agenda. That was not what we heard here. This was, it seemed to me, a speech that could have been delivered at a pre-Donald Trump Republican convention if he just took out the part about abortion. She embraced the idea of ensuring that America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. She had tough talk on Iran, a very full-throated defense of Israel, and ensuring that it has the right to defend itself. So in other words, none of that talk of the arms embargo that the left is calling for. She embraced that immigration bill, which of course Biden promised to sign, but a lot on the left don't like because of how much it has in terms of border security and changing the asylum laws. This was a moderate agenda in many ways and a practical one. I thought this line stuck out to me. She said that she is realistic, practical, and has common sense. Those are not the watchwords of somebody who is an ideologue, a far left ideologue. And I thought that she is taking on the way they are defining her head on, and she is really trying to appeal to independents and disaffected Republicans.
And Martha, I want to bring you in here because also she had this delicate dance of really being pro-Israel and at the same time pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, that was a tough part, how she was able to balance that.
Exactly, and this is a huge issue and a vulnerability really for President Biden and now Vice President Harris, because you saw protesters outside this building, far fewer than were expected, and far more peaceful than could be possible. But we talked to some of those uncommitted delegates who were completely against what the Biden administration is doing and what they want, exactly what John said. Look, we want an arms embargo. She did not promise that tonight, but at the same time, she took the measure of the Palestinian people. She said the people must have a right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And I'm thinking of one of those uncommitted delegates who said to me, we just want her to listen to us. So is this enough? Will those uncommitted delegates give Kamala Harris a break? And I have to say that I felt that with some of those I talked to, that it was different from Joe Biden, that they just wanted to be heard. And I think in so many ways, she told them she was listening. She wasn't going to be on the left in exactly what they wanted, but she was listening.
Martha, Mary, John, our thanks to you all week long for your insight and time. So appreciate it. And we would now want to turn to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who's there with Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. Senator Coons, certainly a longtime close friend, President Biden, of course, himself also served in Delaware in the Senate 36 years. Rachel.
Yeah.
So Chris loves Joe Biden. So let's see how he talks about Ms. Harris.
Yeah, Lindsay, I am here with Senator Chris Coons. Senator Coons, we were just talking about your first convention, 1996. This one a lot different than I'm sure you even imagined a year ago, expecting that President Biden would be on that stage tonight. How do you think his vice president did?
She did an incredible job tonight. She gave a strong, clear, warm, and forceful speech. One that spoke about her middle-class roots, her commitment to America, her love for our nation, and her vision for how to keep us safer and stronger at home and abroad. She appealed to all Americans and said, I want to be a president for all Americans. She followed a speech by Adam Kinzinger, a Republican from Illinois, who endorsed her enthusiastically as someone who will defend our democracy and our rule of law. And I think she laid out a very clear case for why to vote for her as opposed to her opponent.
You were an intern for Joe Biden when he was a senator 35 years ago. He has since become one of your closest friends. You spoke on the Democratic National Convention stage. How is President Biden doing in these recent weeks since he's dropped out of the race?
I think tonight he's excited and optimistic. This evening, this convention, this event did three things. On Monday, we thanked Joe Biden. We celebrated him. We told him how much we love him and are grateful for his record. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we heard from the next generation of Democratic leaders and some of our seasoned saints who were part of our leadership a generation ago. Tonight and last night, you heard from Governor Walz and Vice President Harris about how they're going to carry us and our country forward. It was a remarkable convention. Wonderful programming, inspiring speakers, and it energized Democrats both here in Chicago and around the country, and persuaded some folks to come our way who weren't really sure what they felt about this ticket and are now excited.
Senator Chris Coons, thank you. Lindsay, of course, the big question now, how much can Democrats carry this momentum, or is this just a honeymoon period as Republicans are hoping, Lindsay?
All right, we will soon find out. Rachel, our thanks to you once again for all of your work throughout the week. Now I want to bring in Tim Murtaugh, Trump campaign senior advisor. Tim, thank you so much for coming on the show. Kamala.
This is going to be interesting. He's somebody connected with the Trump team. Let's hear what he has to say.
Harris said tonight Donald Trump is an unserious man and claimed this.
Consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens.
They got that.
How do you respond to that, Tim?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty rich to hear her talking about the threat of somebody prosecuting and trying to send to jail their political opponents, because that's precisely what the Biden-Harris administration and their Justice Department has been doing to Donald Trump. But near the end of her speech, she quoted her mother, I think it was, when she said, "Show them who you are," which it actually made me laugh out loud when I was watching this, because the irony in that, what is happening in this convention is the exact opposite of that. It has been yesterday was 1 month since she became the presumed nominee when Joe Biden was forced off the stage. And in that time, she hasn't had a single interview, hasn't sat down for a single interview with you guys or anybody else. She never talks about policies. In fact, she doesn't have a policy section on her website. This was an outrageously unique convention, because what they've done, they didn't just repackage and launch somebody like a normal convention usually does. They invented a whole new person. She has never, like John Carl was just talking about, she staked out, and always through her whole career has staked out these left-wing positions, far left-wing positions, especially in the 2019 and 2020 Democratic primaries. She will never own up to those things. She is concealing her entire record, and she's being presented as a whole new person. And I'm going to tell you that this is as good as it gets for Kamala Harris. And still, if the election were today, Donald Trump would return to the White House.
Now, Harris says that she's calling for a middle-class tax cut that would benefit millions of Americans, and then contrasted that to Trump calling for the end of national sales tax that would raise prices of middle-class families. Is that true?
Well, here's the situation. If she wants to make this campaign a contest over who is better at cutting taxes, we will welcome that. We will have that conversation all day, every day, and twice on Sundays. This is the benefit. She's part of the Biden administration. It's the Biden-Harris administration. It's what they called it for 3.5 years. She cast the tie-breaking vote on many of the major spending packages that caused inflation. Economists, including Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's own Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, agree that these bills fueled inflation. If she wants to talk about who is better at cutting taxes, we say, bring it on. She has already stolen one of the President Trump's ideas about no tax on tips for service workers. She wants to talk about tax cuts. My gosh, we will invite, let's have a whole debate just about that. We think that's great.
Of course, the topic of abortion was part of Harris's speech tonight. Want to take a listen to part of what she had to say.
As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds.
That was funny.
What's your response to Harris and her campaign?
Well, first of all, it's simply not true. President Trump has stated repeatedly that he would not sign a national ban on abortion. But it is no surprise that this is where she wants to keep the conversation. She does not want to talk about what her own record is as vice president and in leading up to when she became vice president. For example, the fact that she has been historically weak on crime. While she was running for president, she posted on Twitter and invited people to donate to the fund that was helping bail the people out of jail who had burned Minneapolis to the ground. She has supported the defund the police movement. She still supports, she sponsored a bill in the United States Senate to encourage the ending of cash bail, thereby releasing violent criminals onto the streets. I know she talked about guns tonight too, but when she was a prosecutor, she went easy on criminals, including those who were accused of committing gun crimes. So all of this, everything that she talks about, is a brand new Kamala Harris that never existed until 31 days ago. She has not yet set for an interview. She has no policy section on her website. She drastically does not want to talk about anything that she has ever done in her career. She keeps everything focused on Donald Trump. And this is, again, an administration that has over and over denigrated what they call MAGA Republicans, which means Donald Trump and all of the Americans who support him. And now she's going to get up on stage and talk about unity? That falls flat.
Trump senior advisor Tim Murtaugh, we thank you so much for staying up late with us. Appreciate your insight and time.
And so while she's been talking and he's been talking, we went on the Kamala Harris website. We're going to talk to you about it in a minute, but letting you know you're watching Keeping It Honest with yours truly, Anthony Parker, as some of these reporters, they talked to some of the people that participated in the convention, Democrat, Republicans, and some of the ones that watched it.
Thank you for having me on.
Joining us now, Congresswoman and Congressional Hispanic Caucus Chair Nanette Barrigan. It was quite a night tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. How are Democrats in the Harris camp feeling about the Vice President's big speech?
We're feeling great. We heard a lot of energy and excitement on the floor. We had the blues coming down, so much cheering, just people next to me, young people, first timers who were just commenting, and they were just so energized and excited. We feel good. Tonight, the Vice President laid out not just her biography, reintroducing herself to the American people. She talked about fighting for freedoms and laid those out, and talked about the future. There's a stark contrast between this campaign and the other one. This is about the future. This is a joyful campaign. This is about fighting for people. The other one, very different conversation, very different, very monotone, very low, very down, what they're going to do, how they're going to harm people, how they're going to go after even American citizens when they go after migrants and not even know. I mean, this is such a different campaign. The energy here is very positive because it's about the future, and it's a joyful one.
But I still wonder too, if Joe Biden had stayed in the race, would it still be about the future? And when you're presenting, I guess, your proposal, you talk about yourself more than you talk about your competition. And when you're talking about your competition, no matter what, Democrat, Republicans, you try not to belittle them, sell people on why I should buy into what you're talking about.
The economy was one major issue focused on stage tonight. What do you say to swing or undecided voters who think that Donald Trump would handle the economy better, an issue that he currently is polling above Harris on?
Well, I think the Vice President tonight did what she was supposed to do on the economy. Number one, it was talking about her own upbringing, basically showing and telling people about her family being raised by a single mom, understanding the struggles, understanding what it's like to raise two kids from a single mom, you know, getting a job, working her way through school. And this is somebody who is going to make the number one priority is to help those that are suffering, those that are feeling the harm, and make that her top priority. Look,
I was a single dad raising 3 kids, 2 girls and a boy. And I wasn't middle class. So middle class too, the wage, the salary differential, you could be low middle class or up to the limit and high middle class. So was she in the middle of middle class? Were they comfortable? Where they couldn't really do like a lot of crazy things, but they could do some crazy things every now and then. That seemed to be like a middle class family. Lower income is where you have to worry and dream about being a middle class person. So I wonder, what was really her status as far as living growing up?
just take a look at the economy and where it's gone in the last 4 years after COVID, and we're doing great, but people are still suffering. The Vice President knows that. She's talking about things like housing. We hear that all day long. That housing is too expensive. Her number one priority is going to help to bring down costs, and we can just hope by talking to voters, by talking to people about her plan, and that she's going to make them her number one priority on this issue, that we can win them over. And tonight we had Republicans step up, as just we have all week long, in making the case why Kamala Harris is the best choice to be president of the United States.
Going into this summer, it was African American and Hispanic voters, particularly male voters, who were leaning toward Donald Trump, according to polls, driving up his poll numbers, in particular in swing states. Democrats now have 74 days until Election Day. Is that enough time to get those voters back?
It definitely is enough time, but we got to go do the work. We got to pound the pavement. We got to make the calls. We got to knock on doors. We got to communicate and engage with them. One of the things we hear from Latino men is they want to be engaged. They want to be reached out to. That hasn't happened a lot. One of the things the Congressional Hispanic Caucus has done is gone on the road to talk about what Democrats have done. Now we're seeing on the campaign side, the Vice President on the trail. We're seeing Tim Walz on the trail talking to folks directly. And we got Tim Walz now also to talking to Miss Westerners, talking about himself being a coach, being a veteran, being a football coach. I mean, all of that resonates, I think, with the American people, especially men. We're here now, all these analogies to football. What better way to reach and connect
That's
through
true.
sports? As somebody who has played on the congressional football team with Tim Walz, this is his wheelhouse. So I think there's a lot to do in the next 74 days. You'll see me on the trail. You'll see our colleagues on the trail. You'll see the vice president. As Tim likes to say, you can sleep when you're dead. We are going to do everything we can every minute to lay it out on the table to make sure that when we wake up the day after the election day, we have no regrets. And I think that is what you're going to see starting tomorrow.
Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, we thank actually from the from the Kamala Harris campaign, Nanette Barragan, we thank you so much. Now I want to bring in ABC's White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, first, we know that she had some specific goals for her speech tonight. Did she meet them?
So listen in and let's see. Maybe there's something that you like that she may say, or something that you didn't like.
Yeah, Lindsay, the campaign said all along they wanted to have a speech that was rooted in her sense of patriotism. You know, I'm thinking about all the ways where she sort of took typical Republican language and tried to flip the script, right? She tried to say, you don't get to be the only ones who are patriots. We're the ones that are standing up for voting rights and elections. The issue of freedom. Republicans often talk about freedom. She painted a party that was about freedom to be who you are, a country that was about freedom to be who you are. I mean, literally, we're looking at these images over and over. It was so clear from up here, reclaiming the flag. I think that idea of what counts as a patriot, she definitely hammered that home tonight, Lindsay.
And we saw a lot of focus this week on Kamala Harris's family, her loved ones, and the same for her running mate, Tim Walz. What do they hope that will convey to voters?
That they're a big tent party, that they're the party of diversity, that all families count, that there's no one kind of family that is more American than another. I mean, you heard Tim Walz say that his family might be unique. You heard Doug Imhoff say that their family might be unique, but they are actually the story of America. Look, it's something that we've heard Republicans already attack Democrats on. J.D. Vance saying that they're the pro-family party. Well, this convention was really about Democrats pushing back on that idea, saying that sort of a challenge to Republicans to put forward pro-family policies, and again to not have a claim on the idea of what counts as a family. Lindsay.
All right. Mary Alice Parks, our thanks to you all week long. Really appreciate it. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Lindsay Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. Thank you so much for streaming with us all week long. We will leave you now with the scene inside the United Center here on the floor. You see the people still lingering, supporting Kamala Harris with their flags and posters there. Thank you so much, America. Have a great night.
Woo. You heard of that term, last man standing? Well, you know what? Is that us? I don't know. Last people standing? You're watching Keeping It Honest. Yours truly, Anthony Parker Alexander. And I said something about, don't know if I can pull this up, but let me see. About the website. Kamala Harris. Let me see. I don't know if this is it, where I can get it at. Let's see. I don't know. No, that's not it. So I decided to go on the website and see if anything has changed or been updated. Let us see. All right. So we're looking at this, and let's see. So when you get on their website, FAQs, let's see what that's about. Questions about donations. How can I donate? What is the Harris Victory Fund? What are requirements to donate? Is a donate secure? So I wasn't impressed with that. So this is what happens when you go in there. Meet Kamala Harris. Okay. Meet Vice President Kamala Harris. And let's see the picture of her there. And it just talks about meeting her, growing up, reproduction, talks about that a little bit. Her being in the U.S. Senate. Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, but make sure you are not the last, her mom. On January 20th, 2025, if we do all our part, she will once again make history, and she will make sure the doors of opportunity are wide open for all to follow. Okay, that was that. How to contact, let's see, what's the contact? How to contact them. All right, just fill in the blank right there. All right, meet Tim Waltz. Let's see what he is about. So far, have not been impressed. And I'm hitting meet Tim Waltz. And that's not happening. Take action. Okay. What I don't see on here, as they've all said, is anything dealing with policies. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right, I close that. So let's see if I hit it over here, Tim Waltz. Okay. Meet Governor Tim Waltz. All right. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance see those less fortunate as scapegoats and principals or punchlines for their jokes. We see them as our neighbors. Harris and Waltz will fight for our freedom, our families, and our future. But just to let you know, there's nothing on here about policies. Okay. I am not impressed. And as somebody that ran for office, if you're saying you accept the nomination, then why isn't your website updated? You got a lot of people on your team. Come on, you're running for president of the United States. All right. That is not showing me anything. I am not impressed. Wow. Really not impressed. Let's go over here real quick. It seems like we're looking at each other. Steve, sorry about that. Let's go see what he's doing. And I'm just poking my head down. There we go. I can let you look as I'm looking down to make sure I'm doing the right thing. But I'm kind of nosy. I want to see what Steve is doing because he's been doing this longer than me. And he may have something interesting that we just don't know about. So let's check him out. He's busy looking for stuff.
There were some people who got a little rude in the chat there. Okay, anyways. Anything else? Any other comments people want to make? I think we're going to wrap this up soon. I think it might be time to wrap it up soon.
Well, we thank you, Steve. Oh, are you looking at us? We thank you, Steve. I'm going to see if I can.
Yeah, and again, AFP and Reuters are not showing protest video right now.
Text him. So we've been doing an interesting kind of show.
Mark says it's okay. We all get cranky at night.
I'll say thank you, Steve.
Okay, I think it's time. So I really appreciate you guys joining for our coverage of the convention. That's it. We covered both conventions. By the way, the CNN broadcast really did, for a bunch of people, wasn't just me. because I was peeking over for over 2 minutes. The CNN broadcast for some people went dark because there were a lot of people on social media commenting on it. It was very strange. It was right. It was while Kamala Harris was speaking, like it was, and you could see the graphics were up, but there was no picture. So it's not just that the whole picture disappeared. Their graphics were on the screen, but there was no video, and it was for over 2 minutes.
I don't feel bad. That's
really weird. Oh no, it wasn't during. Was it during Kamala or was it during? It was during Gretchen Whitmer. I'm sorry. I think it was during Gretchen Whitmer. Sorry. But anyways, it was really strange. And obviously that's something they don't want to happen. It was really weird.
Well, that's too bad.
Like normally they would, if that happened, they would like cut to their anchor or something. So the fact that it was black for over 2 minutes was really crazy. But I don't know the deal. I don't know what happened there.
Okay. And we're finishing up too. But just wanted to see what kind of comments they had.
The one and only says, can't wait for politics to be over for a listener stream. We haven't done a listener stream in a long time. Soon. It's been so busy with the news.
So
thank you again to BBG for your support. I appreciate it.
This was very fun. Thank you, Steve. Wow.
I used to follow news on my own. That's the really short version. Thank you, BBG, if you're still watching. Anyways, so we're going to have more coverage coming up. I'm hoping to do RFK coverage tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
I'll probably do coverage either way. It's weird with the video. Without getting into technicalities, it can be a little funky with the video with them. So we'll have to see what happens. But I'll probably be on the air for it either way.
Me too. I forgot about that.
Middle East updated stream anytime soon. If there are big developments in the Middle East, if there are big developments in Ukraine, I will do an update stream. How's that? I promise you, if there's big developments, I'll come on the air.
And I forgot, tomorrow, RFK Jr. is going to give a update on his campaign. Some saying he may give it up. It's going to be interesting. So we're going to try to be there tomorrow too.
And we did mixed coverage today. We covered protest and convention. Tried to do some of both.
Trying to get like yours truly, Anthony Parker. Or I'm trying to get like you, Steve.
Again, really, really appreciate you watching. And I will post updates on my X account about new stuff at Lookner on X. You can follow me here at.
So it's been a very interesting show. Been a very fun show. Been a very crazy couple of days. And we would like to thank you, Steve, for letting us piggyback and look at your viewpoint. And as you saw in the past couple of days, we were on mainstream. We were on a different other streaming shows just to see people's opinions. So you might see us tomorrow. If you do, I'll put up something to let you guys know. Make sure you like, you share, and you subscribe. We thank you guys. I thank you for letting us do this the past couple of days. It's been trial and error. We've had a lot of fun. We do the Midnight at the Oasis literally every night. Stay tuned for that. Usually around midnight, we give a recap of the day, a preview for the next day, and we give you news in a Parker twist. We started that not too long ago. And then we started doing this convention. It was a last minute thing on the same day. I said, let's do it. And it went 5.5 hours. Very long time. 5.5 hours. And we've been doing this show for almost 4.5 tonight. That's it's been averaging 4 hours. Excuse me. So let me know if you had something to eat or drink while this was going on. A part of history. Now the work begins. They got 70-something days to decide, and we do, who's going to be the next president of the United States. Is it going to be Kamala Harris or is it going to be Donald Trump? There's going to be a lot of work to do. And Pick your heart. So you got Republicans going Democrat. I don't know if there were Democrats going Republican at the Republican campaign. But let me know. Email me, text me, and then we'll read some of your comments on my phone. We do 5-second shorts to about 5.5 long videos. We've got coming up discussions about Project 25, Project 2025. We talked about it here. Again, we're clip notes, so use your mind and look up this stuff for yourself. And let me know anytime. Let me know if there's a guest you like. Let me know if there's a story you like. I'm all ears. So maybe stay tuned tomorrow night. You'll see us in one form or fashion, either midnight at the Oasis, or you see us talking about the Robert F. Kennedy Jr., what he's going to stay in or not. So I thank you for watching. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. As I grow, you grow, we can grow together. I'm just keeping it simple, keeping it real, keeping it honest. In closing, keep your head up, never look down, always believe in yourself, and therein will lie your answer. I'm Anthony Parker Alexander. We don't just keep it simple, we don't just keep it real, we say it together, keep it honest. God bless.